The House will come to order. Members, please register. Have all members registered? Have all members registered? A quorum is present. The House and Gallery, please rise for the invocation will be offered by Pastor Scott Wall from the Capitol Commission in Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, members. Word for today is contentment, being content. And Paul wrote in Philippians that whether he had a lot, didn't have much, he was content. And he was content because he had a relationship with Lord Jesus Christ. I like to pray for contentment, that things that we think are most important things may not be as important, and we need to realize what is important and be content with that. So let's pray together. Heavenly Father, just as Paul learned the secret of being content in every circumstance, whether in need or in plenty, teach us this deep contentment that comes not from wealth or power or success or anything else, but from trusting fully in you. Guard the hearts of each member in this chamber from striving after what does not last, and anchor them in the sufficiency of your provision. May they labor not for personal gain or fleeting applause, but out of a settled assurance that you supply every true need. Let contentment free them from any kind of fear or anxiety they may be feeling today, so that they may govern with clear minds and courageous hearts. And please bless their families, their staffs, and all who support them in this weighty work. As they serve Texas, may they find their deepest fulfillment and contentment, not in office, but in walking faithfully with you. So in Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Chair recognizes the Honorable Jeff Berry of Brazoria County to lead us in the pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members, and guests in the gallery. Please join me in the pledges to the United States of America and our great state of Texas. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible.
Chair is pleased to recognize Dr. Con Trogue from Flower Mound as the Doctor of the Day. Members, join me in welcoming our Doctor of the Day.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper,
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. SB 8.
Chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
HB number 912.
The following bills on first reading and referral. Clerk will read the bills.
SB number 250 by Flores relating to municipal annexation in an area adjacent to contiguous or connecting railroad right-of-way, refer to the Committee on Land and Resource Management. SB 1524 by Middleton relating to the collection and confidentiality of information regarding weapons in agency foster homes, creating civil penalty, refer to the Committee on Human Services. SB 2284 by Hinojosa Nueces relating to authority of a municipality or county to regulate certain matters related to firearms, air guns, archery equipment, and other weapons and related supplies, refer to the Committee on Homeland Security, Public Safety, and Veterans Affairs. SB 2419 by Paxton relating to the authority of a special district to exercise certain powers and duties following municipal disannexation in certain areas, for the Committee on Land and Resource Management.
Mr. Guerin moves to defer the remainder of the reading and referral of bills until the end of today's business. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered.
Chair recognizes Mr. Patterson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House grant permission for all committees and subcommittees to meet while the House is in session pursuant to their committee postings or recess motions. For purposes of this motion, committees and subcommittees scheduled to meet or reconvene today upon final adjournment or recess or during bill referral, permission is granted or authorized to convene upon adoption by the House of today's adjournment motion.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Patterson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend all necessary rules to set a local consent resolutions calendar for 9 a.m. Saturday, May 10th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Public Health and a public hearing on Monday, May 12, 2025 at 8 a.m. in room E2030 to consider SB 2721 by Parker relating to the licensing and regulation of persons who provide services in relation to the deceased, increasing a criminal penalty, creating a criminal offense, authorizing an administrative penalty, and expanding the application of a fee.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The following announcements, the clerk will read the announcements.
The Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism will meet today upon lunch recess at desk number 30 in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business. The Committee on Public Health will meet today upon lunch recess at desk number 52 in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business. The Committee on Local and Consent Calendars will meet today upon lunch recess in room 3W.9 in a formal meeting to consider a calendar. The Committee on Human Services will meet today upon lunch recess at desk number 24 in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business. The Committee on Trade, Workforce, and Economic Development will meet today upon lunch recess at desk number 27 in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business.
Clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Energy Resources will meet today upon lunch recess in room 1W.14 Agricultural Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gomez for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, good morning. I am here to honor and celebrate the incredible achievement of our University of Texas Rio Grande Valley chess team. And now I'll allow them to introduce it.
You just have to make a motion to take up Resolution 1037.
Mr. Speaker, members, I move to take up Resolution 1037.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The following motion, the clerk will read the motion.
H.R. number 1037 by Gomez, congratulating the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley chess team on earning a share of the national championship at the 2025 President's Cup Tournament.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gomez.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Members, we are in the presence of some real-life geniuses here in their Texas capital. Our UTRGV chess team is a co-champion of the 2025 President Cup Tournament after winning the Pan American Intercollegiate Chess Championship among 91 other teams. Our Vaquero chess team won all 6 games to get a perfect score of 6 points. This earned the Vaquero chess team a spot in the President's Cup tournaments for the 4th time in just 7 years. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have with us Gleb Duden, Jacob Fuss, Jose Cardoso, Sean Rodriguez Lemieux, and Ekin Barris Ozenier. Your hard work and dedication alongside your academic commitments demonstrate the resilience and passion you bring to the game of chess. Thank you to Coach Bartek Macieja and Program Manager Colt Smith Munoz for mentoring and the invaluable time you dedicate to these young men. Gentlemen, would you please stand up and be recognized by your Texas House? Congratulations on your victory. You make South Texas proud. Mr. Speaker, move passage. Adoption.
Very good. The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Lopez of Bexar County for recognition.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members, and guests in the gallery. I rise to recognize a remarkable educator and leader from my district, Ms. Jessica Lopez. I know she's sitting on the east side of the building here. Was named the 2024-25 Educator of the Year at Marshall High School in San Antonio, Texas, in the Northside Independent School District. Ms. Lopez was born and raised in San Antonio and has already made a profound impact on just the 6 years that she's been teaching. She currently teaches history and Mexican American studies, helping students connect with their heritage and understand their role in shaping the future. Beyond the classroom, she leads Marshall's Pep Squad and was honored with the 2023 Choreography Award, energizing her campus with spirit and pride. She's also a committed community member, active in the First Gen Society, the Cesar E. Chavez Legacy and Educational Foundation, and the Phi Alpha Theta, the National Honor Society for History. Jessica holds a bachelor's degree in history and is pursuing her MBA, which she expects to complete in December of 2025. Her passion, leadership, and commitment to student success makes her an outstanding educator in Northside School District, and honored to have her be teacher to 2 of my grandchildren that went through her classes just not long ago. Members, please join me in congratulating Ms. Jessica Lopez, by the way, no relation, Jessica Lopez, on her well-earned honor. We're proud to recognize her today, and she's standing with us on the east side of the gallery. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Good job, brother. Good job.
Members, please take your seats. We have a memorial resolution, or excuse me, a memorial recognition. The chair recognizes Mr. Busey for a memorial recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, please join me in celebrating the life of my friend Jennifer Mattingly, a proud Texan, a fierce advocate for justice, and someone who could argue a law case in the morning and spot a painted bunting while birding in the afternoon. I'm joined on the dais by friends of hers that knew her, Representative Talarico and Lulu Flores as well. We are honored to be joined up here on the dais today by her beloved partner of 27 years, Craig Matthews, her sisters Jan and Joan, and husband Dan. We are deeply sorry for your loss, and thank you for being here with us today. We also have standing other friends and family and supporters of this amazing person up in the gallery with us today. Jennifer graduated summa cum laude from the University of Texas, first with her bachelor's, then her law degree, but still found time to play bass in a punk band at the historic Continental Club in Austin. She believed life was meant to be lived fully, fight hard, and love deeply. She served as a justice of the peace in Williamson County and chaired the Hutto Planning and Zoning Commission, building a robust career in public service. She also led with heart as chair of TAROL, fearless leader of the Wilco County Democratic Party, a volunteer with the Round Rock Food Bank, and a supporter of the local police department. She never shied away from tough work, whether she was painting, organizing a canvas, or scanning the trees with her binoculars. Jennifer reminded us that joy and justice aren't opposites, they're partners, and her life reflected both. I hope that when we pass through downtown Hutto and see Mattingly Street, we take a moment to reflect on her lasting contributions to a community she always believed in. Avidly involved in politics as a way to make change, she leaves behind not only a robust legacy of service, but also the admiration of the Williams County Democrats, who honored her with the Badass Award in recognition of her fearless leadership just recently. Her spirit lives on in the work we do in the community she helped shape. Mr. Speaker and members, please join me in honoring the incredible life of Jennifer Mattingly.
Members and visitors of the gallery, please rise for a moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Busey. Chair recognizes Ms. Flores for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today I would like to honor Jeanette Valdez Duran for her tireless work at Mobile Blessings from the Heart, a symbol of hope in the Austin community. Mobile Blessings from the Heart is a nonprofit mobile food pantry that distributes food to senior citizens, students, and families that may otherwise go hungry. In Jeanette's words, it gives our neighbors one less thing to worry about. Jeanette and her team set up shop on Munson Street every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to hand out good quality food. Their shoppers receive a dignified experience when choosing their food and goods. In recent years, Jeanette has expanded her operation and now hosts pop-up pantries throughout Austin's low-income neighborhoods and among unhoused communities. Jeanette's story has received coverage in local news outlets. From 2006 to 2009, Jeanette was unhoused and sometimes struggled to find food. Jeanette changed her life after being inspired by the kindness of a local convenience store owner who offered her food when she was hungry. Jeanette and Mobile Blessings from the Heart now serve approximately 200 hungry families per weekend and partner with the Central Texas Food Bank. Every weekend, rain or shine, families know they can count on the Mobile Blessings of Jeanette and her team. Thank you, Jeanette, and for all your wonderful volunteers for showing us that a kind heart and a generous spirit can inspire an entire community. Please stand and be recognized.
You ready? Chair recognizes Ms. Flores for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I rise today to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the Texas Association of Mexican American Chambers of Commerce, most commonly known as TAMAC. I have proudly worked closely with this tremendous organization, most recently speaking at their Tejano Day at the Capitol event. TAMAC was founded in 1975 by Henry Zuniga to promote business leadership, create economic opportunities, and provide legislative advocacy for the Hispanic business community in Texas. When it first launched, TAMAC had less than 20 members representing 3 cities. 50 years later, their association is the leading Hispanic economic advocacy organization in Texas, and with more than 15,000 businesses as members. In this capacity, TAMAC particularly focuses on the growth of small businesses. 95% of the association's members are small business owners, most operating with 5 or fewer employees. For 5 decades, TAMAC has added new chapters to the rich history of Latino entrepreneurship in Texas. I am proud to recognize their contributions to our state on the floor of the Texas House. I have TAMAC members, J.R. Gonzalez and others, and Pauline Anton up in the gallery. Thank you so much for all you do for the state of Texas and our community.
The chair recognizes Ms. Davis of Dallas for a recognition.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. It is my honor to Have a resolution 987 to honor the service of Ms. Bernadine Steptoe, who's retiring from WFA in Dallas, who has retired from WFA in Dallas, where she's been a noteworthy person. She's been a part of, many of you been there, inside Texas politics, and I have this resolution to honor her service and commitment to the community and the greater good of the state of Texas. And the resolution reads, whereas Bernadine Steptoe is retiring from WFA in Dallas on May 1st, has retired, concluding a noteworthy career spanning 33 years with the television station. And whereas a member of WFAA political team, Ms. Steptoe produces and provides analysis for its weekly program, Inside Texas Politics, which airs on 11 stations. In 2019, she accepted the station's Walter Cronkite Award for Excellence in Television Political Journalism at the ceremony held by the National Press Club in Washington, D.C. She also writes for a station's website and offers in-depth analysis on WFA's digital political program. In addition, she's been in demand as a public speaker. And whereas before joining WFAA, Ms. Steptoe was employed as an editorial columnist for the Dallas Examiner. She focused on politics, government, and community issues. Previously, she worked in newspaper sales at the Fort Worth Star-Telegram and Dallas Times-Herald and pursued entrepreneurship. And whereas Ms. Steptoe is a graduate of Houston-Tillotson University, highly engaged in the Dallas chapter of the Alumni Association, she's held a number of leadership roles. In addition, she's an active member of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, and she serves on several boards. And whereas over the course of her long career in journalism, Bernadine Steptoe has demonstrated a steadfast commitment to informing and enlightening the public as she embarks on an exciting chapter of her life, and whereas she indeed reflect with pride on her contributions, now therefore be resolved that the Texas House of Representatives of the 89th Texas Legislature hereby congratulate Bernadine Steptoe on her retirement from WFA and extend to her sincere best wishes for the future, and be further resolved that an official copy of the resolution be prepared for Ms. Steptoe as an expression of her high regard by the Texas House of Representatives. On the dais, members, I'd ask you to take a minute to come by and greet Ms. Steptoe. We honor her as a trailblazer in journalism. Bernadine, on occasion of her retirement, has been active in the community. She's brought clarity, depth, and integrity to the public conversation, reaching millions across 11 stations. Her excellence was recognized nationally with the Walter Cronkite Award. So if you'll join me, members, in coming and greeting, meeting, and congratulating and thanking Ms. Bernadine Steptoe for her commitment, her inspiration, and her knowledge as it relates to journalism in our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing us to meet Ms. Steptoe.
Members, we're about to go on the calendar. If you have a bill on the calendar, please be ready. Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Speaker, I move to have the remarks from Representative Davis regarding the recognition for Ms. Steptoe reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 906, recognizes Ms. Gonzalez, or the chair, excuse me, the clerk will read the bill.
SB number 906 by Blanco, relating to the authority of the Isleta del Pueblo to commission peace officers.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is our local law enforcement bill for the Isleta del Sur Pueblo, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 906. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Alders voting aye. Members, you have plenty of time. Please vote from your desk. Show Mr. Guerra voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 116 ayes, 26 nays, Senate Bill 906 finally passes. Chair lays out Senate Bill 1229. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1229 by Hughes, relating to the designation of a portion of U.S. Highway 69 in Smith County as the Veterans Memorial Highway.
The chair recognizes Mr. Alders to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a Veterans Memorial Highway. I move passage.
Members, at the the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1229. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 146 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1229 finally passes. The chair lays out Senate Bill 855. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 855 by Sparks, relating to the authority of certain medical consenters to assume financial responsibility for certain out-of-network medical care provided to children in foster care.
The chair recognizes Mr. Frank to explain the bill.
Members, this is a bill we passed yesterday, but they told me if I wanted it to go into law, I had to do it again today. It allows foster parents to pay for out-of-network care for their foster kids. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 855. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Being 145 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 855 finally passes. Chair lays out Senate Bill 703. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 703 by Zaffarini, relating to the criminal and licensing consequences for the commission of certain offenses by massage establishments, massage schools, massage therapists, and massage therapy instructors.
Chair recognizes Mr. McLaughlin to explain the bill.
Members, yet same bill from yesterday, Senate Bill 703, strengthens protections against human trafficking and sexual abuse in the massage therapy industry. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 703. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 143 ayes, 1 nay, Senate Bill 703 finally passes. Chair lays out Senate Bill 1025. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1025 by Betancourt, relating to the text of a ballot propositions that increase taxes.
The chair recognizes Ms. Troxler to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is the bill that we passed yesterday that ensures that our constituents know when they are voting to increase their property taxes. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1025. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bill. Have all members voted? Being 102 ayes, 45 nays, Senate Bill 1025 finally passes. Chair lays out Senate Bill 888. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 888 by Kolkhorst, relating to the Attorney General's defense of a district or county attorney against certain lawsuits in federal court.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach. Chair recognizes Mr. Leach for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 888 on third reading until 4 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out Senate Bill 1119. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1119 by Hughes, relating to liability of a water park entity for injuries arising from certain activities.
The chair recognizes Ms. Harris Davila to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 1119 protects water parks from frivolous lawsuits. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1119. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 132 ayes, 16 nays, Senate Bill 1119 finally passes. Chair lays out Senate Bill 1080. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1080 by West, relating to the issuance of a provisional occupational license to certain applicants with criminal convictions.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cook to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1080 aims to improve employment outcomes by reducing recidivism for formerly incarcerated individuals. I move passage.
The question occurs on Senate Bill 1080. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 147 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1080 finally passes. Chair lays out Senate Bill 929. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 929 by Johnson, relating to deadlines and time of inception for mechanics and material man's liens.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lujan to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 929 clarifies that lien notice deadlines falling on a weekend or holiday are extended to the next business day. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 929. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 147 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 929 finally passes. Chair lays out Senate Bill 1355. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1355 by Parker, relating to liquor sales on credit by the holder of a distiller's and rectifier's permit to a wholesaler.
Chair recognizes Mr. Phelan to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 1355 lays out a complaint process for distillers when wholesalers fail to pay. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1355. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 129 ayes, 16 nays, Senate Bill 1355 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2231. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2231 by Hinojosa Nueces, relating to requiring the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board to waive fees for admission applications submitted to public institutions of higher education during certain periods.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain the bill.
Members, fees are the same thing as taxes. And SB 2233 says we're going to waive fees for undergraduate admissions applications in October. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2231. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 122 ayes, 25 nays, Senate Bill 2231 finally passes. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1877. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1877 by Schwartner, relating to the authority of the Office of Public Utility Counsel to access certain data.
Chair recognizes Mr. Berry to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 1877 would broaden the pool of electricity market data the Office of Public Utility Counsel can request, expanding their ability to conduct in-depth analysis of grid reliability resource adequacy. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1877. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye, please. Have all members voted? Being 148 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1877 finally passes. Chair lays out Senate Bill 1998. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1998 by Huffman, relating to a preceptorship program in a pediatric subspecialty for medical students in this state.
Chair recognizes Ms. Schaffner to explain the bill.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Members, this is a pediatric subspecialty preceptorship program for medical students. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1998. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Toth voting aye, please. Have all members voted? Being 145 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1998 finally passes. The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence will meet today upon lunch recess in room 3W.15 in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
The chair lays out Senate Bill 552 as a matter of postponed business. On second reading, the clerk will read the bill.
SB number 552 by Huffman, relating to changing the eligibility of certain persons to receive community supervision, including deferred adjudication community supervision.
The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is for Mr. Leach. He's working this bill really hard right now, so I need to move to postpone further consideration of SB 552 until 4 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Members, please join me in wishing Ms. Campos a happy birthday. Happy birthday, Ms. Campos. Mr. Wu, for what purpose? Chair lays out Senate Bill 17 on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 17 by Colcourse, relating to the purchase of or acquisition of title to real property by certain aliens or foreign entities.
Chair recognizes Mr. Phelan for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of SB 17 until 10 a.m. Monday.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. So ordered. Mr. Wu, for what purpose? The chair lays out Senate Bill 1569 on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1569 by King, relating to the availability of certain personal information of a member of the governing board of an institution of higher education, the chief executive officer of, the institution, or the chief executive officer of a university system.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply protects the personal safety of higher educational leaders by exempting their sensitive personal information from public disclosure, and I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1569. All in favor say aye. Opposed? Nay. Senate Bill 1569 passes to third reading. Chair lays out Senate Bill 2420. The clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill number 2420 by Paxton, relating to the regulation of platforms for the sale and distribution of software applications for mobile devices.
Chair recognizes Ms. Fairley to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of SB 2420 until today at 11:30. Thank you.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill. Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Back up, members. Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Phelan for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to reconsider the vote by which SB 17 was postponed.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The motion is withdrawn. The chair recognizes Mr. Heft for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone for further consideration of Senate Bill 17 until 1 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence will meet today upon lunch recess at desk number 21 in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Hit it real hard. Members, we will break for lunch around 12:30 today, so if you have committee meetings, you can go ahead and plan for those now. It'll be about a 45-minute break. Thank you. Chair lays out House Bill 2697 on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2697 by Anchia, relating to certain procedures in connection with the bond forfeiture.
Chair recognizes Mr. Anchia to explain the bill.
Thank you. House Bill 2697 adds the prosecuting attorney or the prosecutor for the state to the list of parties who must be notified when a bail bondsman intends to surrender a defendant charged with a felony back to court. Let's send this over to Senator Huffman so she can pick it up on the Senate. Thank you. Move adoption.
Members, you've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. It is a third reading. Back up, members. The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2697. This is a record vote. The clerk will read the bill. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 144 ayes, 1 nay, House Bill 2697 passes to third read, or excuse me, finally passes. Chair lays out House Bill 3801 on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3801 by Orr, relating to the establishment of the Health Professions Workforce Coordinating Council and the abolition of the statewide Health Coordinating Council and the Nursing Advisory Committee of that council.
Chair recognizes Ms. Orr to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3801 is the bill we passed yesterday that creates a Health Professionals Workforce Coordinating Council. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3801. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Varian voting no. Show Mr. Gerdes voting aye. Have all members voted? Being 110 ayes, 36 nays, House Bill 3801 finally passes. Chair lays out House Bill 3488 on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3488 by De Ayala, relating to the representation for an indigent person subject to a civil commitment proceeding.
Chair recognizes Mr. De Ayala to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the Texas Board of Criminal Justice Indigent Defense Cleanup Bill from yesterday, bringing efficiency in government. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3488. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 122 ayes, 23 nays, House Bill 3488 finally passes. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3477. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3477 by Canales relating to the expunction of all records and files related to a finding of criminal contempt by a court.
Chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the bill.
This is our expunction on contempt from a court. There's an amendment that's acceptable.
There's an amendment. The clerk recognizes, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Swanson.
Chair recognizes Ms. Swanson to explain the amendment.
Members, this amendment lowers it to 2 years, and it's highly bipartisan support. Thank you. I move adoption.
The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Chair recognizes Mr. Canales to close.
Members, when Canales and Swanson are drafting legislation, you know it's good. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3477. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 121 ayes, 25 nays, House Bill 3477 finally passes. Chair lays out House Bill 3466 on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3466 by Bella Kaufman relating to the cancellation of certain consumer transactions.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bell to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3466 streamlines regulation while ensuring Texans continue to receive the protections they deserve. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3466. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bell voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 132 ayes, 15 nays, House Bill 3466 finally passes. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3469. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3469 by Campos relating to the exemption of certain activities from regulation as a structural pest control service.
The chair recognizes Ms. Campos on her birthday to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill provides options for property owners, businesses, and other organizations to disperse nuisance birds in a way that does not interfere with the state-regulated pest control nor the federal protections in place. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3469. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Being 146 ayes, 1 nay, House Bill 3469 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2594. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2594 by Metcalf relating to the venue for the prosecution of certain criminal conduct involving theft.
Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2594 provides prosecutors with greater flexibility to pursue cases involving theft of intangible personal property like online fraud, digital assets like cryptocurrency, or intellectual property theft. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2594. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Being 147 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 2594 finally passes. Chair lays out House Bill 2564 on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2564 by Wilson relating to the evaluation of Defense Economic Adjustment Assistance grant applications.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it streamlines the Texas Military Preparedness Commission's DEAG processes. Move
Question
passage.
occurs on final passage of House Bill 2564. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 147 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 2564 finally passes. Chair lays out House Bill 2298 on third reading. The clerk will ring the bell.
HB number 2298 by Lalani relating to a healthcare facility grant program supporting the use of artificial intelligence technology in scanning medical images for cancer detection.
The chair recognizes Dr. Lalani to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 2298 establishes the grant program administered by HHSC to support qualified hospitals and healthcare facility in implementing AI technology to scan medical images and for cancer detection. While many of you know AI is artificial intelligence, I would like to coin the word augmented intelligence, which uses AI technology to enhance, not replace, human decision-making. It helps doctors to detect conditions like cancer more accurately and efficiently while keeping physicians central to the patient care. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2298. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Lalani voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 85 ayes, 62 nays, House Bill 2298 finally passes. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 5331. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5331 by Dean relating to the enforceability of certain state agency and local government contract language regarding required security incident notifications.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dean to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, bill ensures state law supersedes cyber insurance policy terms. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 5331. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Being 145 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 5331 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 5646. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5646 by Wilson relating to in-state tuition for certain students in military-related programs.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members, and I want to thank you so much for the unanimous vote that we received on this bill. House Bill 5646 ensures that our armed services can meet recruitment and commissioning goals to lead our next generation of patriotic warriors. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 5646. This is a record vote. The clerk will read the bill. Please show Mr. Romero voting aye. Have all members voted? Being 147 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 5646 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 5247. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5247 by Guerin relating to alternative capital recovery process for certain utilities.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby to read the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Chair Guerin's bill that provides a very targeted solution to bridge a period of hyper-growth investments that some of our utilities in.
Mr. Harless, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for a couple questions?
Mr. Darby, would you yield?
Absolutely.
Does your bill apply to all 12 electric utilities in Texas?
Well, according to information and belief I've received from the bill author, the answer is no.
Would you be supportive of the Senate amending your bill to include all the utilities?
I have been informed by the bill author that the answer to that is yes.
Thank you for taking my questions.
Move passage.
There's an amendment. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Jones of Harris.
Chair recognizes Ms. Jones to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have reviewed this, and I understand that electric companies, with all the bad weather and things we've had, they're trying to recoup their costs, and I understand that, and I appreciate that. But I'd like, if there are savings with this process, that the savings go to the ratepayers, to the percentage that they use the electricity. And my amendment merely says that if an electric company uses this new process, this single process, that the percentage that the residential ratepayers are, they get that credit on their bills. so that if there's a savings, that the ratepayers share in the savings and it doesn't just go to the company. And I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby against the amendment.
Again, this amendment goes against the purpose of the bill, and although it has a worthy cause, we're going to oppose the approval of this amendment.
Chair recognizes Ms. Jones to close on the amendment.
I hope you vote to accept this amendment because electric companies, with all of the really bad weather and the freezes and everything, have not done a good job of getting electricity to the customers who need them. And if there's going to be a savings, it should not just go to the electric companies. Ratepayers should get a part of the savings. And I move adoption.
The question occurs on the amendment. A record vote has been requested. A record vote has been granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Show the chair voting no. Have all members, show Mr. King voting no. Have all members voted? Being 47 ayes, 95 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The chair recognizes Mr. Darby to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 5247. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Being 137 ayes, 8 nays, House Bill 5247 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 5323. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5323 by King, relating to the creation of the Texas Energy Waste Advisory Committee.
The chair recognizes Mr. King to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill establishes the Texas Energy Waste Advisory Committee. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 5323. This is a record vote. The clerk will read the bill. Show Mr. King voting aye and Mr. Darby voting aye. Have all members voted? Being 111 ayes and 35 nays, House Bill 5323 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4384. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4384 by Darby, relating to the recovery of a gas utilities gross plant placed in service not yet being recovered in rates.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply addresses the financial strain caused by regulatory lag, which delays cost recovery for gas utilities, and I move passage.
The question occurs on House Bill 4384. This is a record vote. The clerk will read the bill. Ring the bells, excuse me. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 135 ayes, 10 nays, House Bill 4384 finally passes. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3896. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3896 by Raymond, relating to the generation of electric power for sale by a water supply or sewer service corporation.
The chair recognizes Mr. Raymond to explain the bill.
Read the bill. Members, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill would allow nonprofit water supply corporations to sell excess power generation back to the ERCOT grid. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3896. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Canales voting aye. Have all members voted? Being 145 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 3896 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4014. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4014 by Busey, relating to a study on the use of psychedelic therapies in the treatment of certain conditions.
Chair recognizes Mr. Busey to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4014 directs the Texas Health and Human Service Commission to conduct a comprehensive study on the use of psychedelic therapies for treatment of certain conditions. I want to thank everyone who's had detailed conversations with us on this bill. One of the remaining questions was about the funding.
The amendment, the Tinderhold amendment yesterday that sent it to the colleges would have cut that in half, and we also have language in this bill for grants, which is how we intend to fund this. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4014. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show all these gentlemen and ladies voting aye. Show Mr. Busey voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 115 ayes, 31 nays, House Bill 4014 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3627. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3627 by Tepper relating to the employment of persons by the State Board of Education.
Chair recognizes Mr. Tepper to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3627 would allow the chair of the State Board of Education to hire its own employees. I appreciate Aisha Davis helping me perfect this. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3627. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Tepper voting aye. Have all members voted? Being 136 ayes, 10 nays, House Bill 3627 finally passes. The chair lays out House Bill 3594 on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3594 by Lujan relating to the administration of a retirement health care plan for firefighters and police officers in certain municipalities.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lujan to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill modernizes the San Antonio Fire and Police Health Care Fund. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3594. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Being 146 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 3594 finally passes. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2524. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2524 by Cook relating to the recovery of fees, court costs, and expenses in family law proceedings.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cook to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2524 brings clarity and consistency to the Family Code by standardizing the language used when awarding attorney's fees. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2524. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Being 146 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 2524 finally passes. The chair lays out House Bill 510 on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 510 by Lopez Abair relating to the issuance of a certified birth record to a homeless individual.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lopez Abair to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's help the homeless by passing House Bill 510, free birth certificates. Move passage. Thank you.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 510. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 77 ayes, 68 nays, House Bill 510 finally passes. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 561. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 561 by Lopez Abair relating to the eligibility of certain local governmental entities affected by the realignment of defense worker jobs or facilities to receive grants.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lopez Abair to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's keep helping folks. Let's help San Antonio Water System get DAG grants to help our community. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 561. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 100 ayes, 47 nays, House Bill 561 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1181. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1181 by Raymond, relating to the assignment of certain retired and former justices and judges.
Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this would allow retired judges who served 6 years, at least 6 years, to be visiting judges. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1181. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 128 ayes, 19 nays, House Bill 1181 finally passes. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3963. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3963 by Capriglione, relating to an early childhood integrated data system.
Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3963 establishes an early childhood integrated data system to help integrate cross-agency data that is already being collected. I will point out that there was some misinformation spread about this particular bill. It does not create a centralized data system. It does not create a new layer of data policy. It does not collect any additional data. And privacy is at the forefront of this bill. In fact, this system must, according to the bill, must comply with state and federal laws relating to privacy, cybersecurity, and data collection. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3963. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Have all members voted? Being 121 ayes, 25 nays, House Bill 3963 finally passes. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 5111. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5111 by Darby, relating to the regulation of campaign treasurer appointments and related matters and the content of and posting of information contained in a campaign treasurer appointment, providing a civil penalty.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the bill.
Thank you, members. This is simply the campaign treasurer update legislation, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 5111. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 76 ayes, 71 nays, House Bill 5111 finally passes. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2785. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2785 by Garcia of Dallas, relating to the display of certain information on the Secretary of State's internet website prior to the completion of an online voter registration application.
Chair recognizes Ms. Garcia of Dallas to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2785 is a clarification bill that makes our voter registration application process more secure. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2785. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 114 ayes, 32 nays, House Bill 2785 finally passes. Chair lays out Senate Bill 2420 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2420 by Paxton, relating to the regulation of platforms for the sale and distribution of software applications for mobile devices.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harris for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of SB 2420 until 12:30 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Being 117 ayes, 5 nays, the motion passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1661. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1661 by Vasut, relating to the election supplies and the conduct of elections, creating criminal offenses, increasing criminal penalties.
Chair recognizes Mr. Vasut to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this increases penalties for failure to deliver sufficient election supplies or obstructing the delivery of election supplies and releasing the election results early. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1661. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 94 ayes, 54 nays, House Bill 1661 finally passes. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 200. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 200 by Buckley, relating to jury instructions regarding parole eligibility and the release on parole of certain inmates convicted of an offense committed when younger than 18 years of age, changing parole eligibility.
The chair recognizes Mr. Buckley to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 200 simply allows people who are convicted of serious crimes before the age of 18 to be considered for parole after serving 20 actual years. That time would not count good time credits, and it requires a parole board to consider age as a mitigating factor, accept expert mental health evaluations, and hear from those who know the inmate's growth and maturity. Most importantly, members, it does not guarantee release. It simply provides a chance for review. It provides a second look, and I move passage.
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Mr. Buckley, would you yield for questions?
Yes.
He will.
Yesterday, when you laid out this bill, you called it a second look bill.
Yeah.
We're giving a second look to see if someone can be released. Is that correct?
Yes, it gives them the opportunity to go before the parole board after 20 years firm. 20 years.
Mr. Speaker, can we have some order, please?
Members, would you please take your conversations outside the rail? Go ahead, Mr. Canales.
So, it's a second look to see if somebody can be released from a more extensive sentence.
That is correct.
And in your bill, you have two exceptions. Can you tell the body what those exceptions are?
They are murder of a police officer or firefighter or someone involved in a mass murder.
And everybody else is entitled to the second look then?
Just a look, not a guaranteed release, just a look.
Just a look, okay.
Yeah, that is
Thank
correct.
you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Canales to speak against the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a second look bill to see if we can let somebody out a little earlier. He only has two exceptions. One, if you shot an officer or you're involved in a mass killing. What about aggravated continuous sexual rape of a child? Let's give those guys a look. I don't think so. What about armed robbery where somebody gets shot in the head? Let's give those guys a second look? I don't think so. You know what? There's so many crimes that I could list here. Heinous, aggravated kidnappings. The only second look we should give these individuals is to make sure the cell door is still closed. Vote no on this.
Chair recognizes Mr. Moody to speak for the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm not going to yell at you. I'm going to talk about a principle that we discuss in our justice system, and that is finding the nexus between justice and mercy. And I'm going to talk about a very important commentator on this legislation. We've passed this before in this form. And it went to the governor's desk in 2021. And the governor vetoed it. Here it is. I don't usually proudly wave around a veto message from the governor, but I want to read it to you because I think it informs our decision making. The author of the House bill is to be commended for aiming to provide opportunities for the young offender population. The bill, which addresses parole eligibility for juvenile offenders, admirably recognizes the potential for change and encourages rehabilitation and productiveness in the young offender population. As written, though, the bill's language conflicts with jury instructions required by the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, which would result in confusion and needless disruptive litigation. The message closes, further changes to address these issues will allow for meaningful reform on this important matter, and I look forward to working with the House author to accomplish that goal. Those jury instruction fixes are here. They are in this bill, and is the only reason that Governor Abbott vetoed this previously. We are talking about 14-year-olds, 15-year-olds, 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds. 17-year-olds are adults within the criminal justice system. 14 through 16-year-olds can be transferred to the adult criminal justice system in certain instances. That is the population. The number of offenders that would be affected by this bill is 1,606. And yes, to Mr. Canales' point, we are talking about serious offenses because those are the people that typically get the longer sentences. And the bulk majority of this population come from a bygone era where people got racked up for very high number of years on these types of crimes. And since then, the Supreme Court has taken up this issue multiple times, dealing with youthful offenders. They have taken a keen interest in this over years, and I want to go over it with you because it is important. Youthful offenders are different. The hallmarks of youth are different, and they've been laid out in these court opinions. In 2005, Roper v. Simmons, the death penalty was taken off the table for these offenders, for juveniles. In 2012, in Miller v. Alabama, life without parole, right? Because for these serious offenses, it was death penalty or life without parole. That's how we had it in Texas. That was taken off the table by the Supreme Court in 2012, saying that that did not comport with the Constitution. And the Texas legislature responded. In 2013, we passed SB 2 in a special session that eliminated life without parole for those offenders. A year later, in 2013, in Montgomery v. Alabama, the Supreme Court held that that Miller case was not prospective, it is retroactive. It impacts everybody else that's in the system too, and that's rare. In 2021, in Jones v. Mississippi, the court again opined that a de facto life sentence could be unconstitutional. So when we're talking about 40 years, 30 years for these offenders, a de facto life sentence could be unconstitutional, and they said we're going to leave that up to the states how to handle. And they laid out several different ways to do that. One of the ways laid out in that 2021 case is the second look concept. And to Dr. Buckley's point, this decision comes sooner, but it goes before the Board of Pardons and Paroles, a group of individuals appointed by Governor Abbott, who was ready to sign this bill but for jury instruction issues. They're all appointed by him. And last time I checked, I don't think the Board of Pardons and Paroles is stacked with a bunch of woke liberals. If people are going to go before that body, and they have changed, and they deserve that opportunity, then I expect them to make that recommendation. And if they haven't, and their crime is so heinous, and the victims of that come forward, and nothing changes victims' rights in this, nothing at all. That process is not touched at all. And if the board makes that decision to deny it, that's their decision too. This is an opportunity for those who have changed to hear the evidence of why why these youthful factors mattered in the commission of their offense.
Mr. Canales, for what
Will
purpose?
the gentleman yield?
Would you yield, Mr. Moody?
Yes.
He will, Mr. Canales.
Earlier, and I apologize, I didn't mean to yell. I'm just a little bit frustrated.
That's okay. I've known you for a while. It's all right.
Yeah, but you talked about not being woke. I think this legislation is a little woke. And what I'll ask you is, there is no exceptions You have an exception in this bill for shooting a law officer or mass shootings. And there's no exceptions in this bill for continuous aggravated sexual assault or rape of a child, is there?
Well, we're dealing with juvenile offenders, and so the category
Be
of
17 years old.
the age differences. There are sexual offenders that are in this population. I can get you the breakout of crimes if you'd like it.
The question was, is there an exception?
And if there is not, and this bill has been heard in committee multiple times, and I'll go back, we can talk about the history of this. In fact, the first time this came up was in the wake of the shooting in Santa Fe. And when the bill came forward, it didn't have that mass shooting exception in it. And Jack Rohde, the district attorney from the county, and Dr. Bonin were in the committee hearing, and members from the community in Santa Fe came forward because the offender in that case was 17. And they said, this is going to apply to him if this passes.
And rightfully so.
And I said, let me finish. And so I said, okay, let's do this. I said, let's take it out. It's an easy change. We can fix it. Mr. Rohde, Mr. Bonin told me this is very raw in our community right now. We know it's a fix that's available. We would ask that we pen this. Let's just leave this legislation laying, and let's talk about this another session. And out of respect for their community, that was the last we heard about that bill that session. When we came back in 2020, that was 2019. In 2021, when we came back is when we passed it, and we dealt with this veto. And it passed both chambers and got to the governor's office, and this was the only issue raised. The only issue raised.
Well, I want to thank you.
In 2023, we passed it over to the Senate, and inexplicably, when it was brought up in the Senate, there was confusion, I'll be generous, that it was somehow mandatory parole, which has never been in this bill. And all of a sudden, it collapsed in the Senate and went no further. So for the folks that have changed, for the parents that I've talked to of those people who are living their life the best they can, confined in those cells, that deserve this opportunity, they have waited, and they have waited, and they have waited, and they have continued to improve their lives. And it is time that we give them a second look. They deserve it. And I think the Board of Pardons and Paroles is more than capable of deciding whether someone deserves parole or not. It is the job they do day in and day out. And this comports with the constitutional law framework that has been touched on multiple times in the last decade and a half, on this issue related to juveniles. We didn't pluck this language out of thin air. The language in this bill comes from constitutional case law.
Thank you, Representative Moody. I appreciate the history lesson.
You're welcome. It's important.
This doesn't have an exception for human trafficking, does it?
That population isn't represented in the 1,606 members, or 1,606 people that are in prison.
This legislation, somebody could walk in a house, a 17-year-old, murder the entire family, have sex with a dead corpse, and we'd be giving them a second look. Don't you think
that's multiple?
I'm not asking the question, sir. Don't you think that there's some people who don't deserve a second look?
I don't.
The member's time has expired.
I don't, and that's a difficult decision to make. But as I started my statement, I will end my statement with this. Accountability is not removed from this process. Justice is not removed from this process. But our ability to look at people and whether they've changed from the time they were a youth.
Mr. Moody, your time has expired.
I urge you to pass.
Chair recognizes Mr. Buckley to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I understand that there can be some misunderstandings and some consternation about what this bill actually does. But I'm certain that there were 14 and to 17-year-old individuals across this state that did some things that absolutely, and their parents will tell you they needed to go to prison. Nobody is saying that they didn't. But I have met these individuals, I have seen the changes they've made in their lives,
And this bill does not guarantee them anything. This bill very well for many of them will guarantee to stay where they are. But for those that can demonstrate that, and the fact that our parole board, that organization that was appointed by our governor, can simply take into account their age and circumstances when the crime occurred, and also what they have done since they've been incarcerated, take that into effect and give them a simple opportunity for a look, for just a simple look. And with that, I ask you to vote for HB 200. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 200. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Dutton voting aye. Have all members voted? Being 102 ayes, 45 nays, House Bill 200 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1803. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1803 by Harless, relating to the dentist and dental hygienist compact, authorizing fees.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harless to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the dental and dental hygienist compact bill we passed yesterday. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1803. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 116 ayes, 29 nays, House Bill 1803 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 249. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 249 by Bernal, relating to installment payments of ad valorem taxes imposed on resident homesteads in certain counties.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bernal to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the Bexar County Property Tax Payment Plan Bill. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 249. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 114 ayes, 28 nays, House Bill 249 finally passes. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 721. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 721 by Leo Wilson, relating to the applicability of certain laws requiring healthcare cost disclosures by health benefit plan issuers and administrators.
Chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson to explain the bill.
Members, this is the UT health benefit plan that I explained earlier, where UTMB pays 1/3, the employee pays 1/3, and an employee like a waiter, waitress, port worker pays the other third. They have a little health plan. It's not insurance. It saves money. These are people that would normally go to the emergency room and be on the taxpayer's dime if they didn't have a little health plan. So please pass this.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 721. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 131 ayes, 16 nays, House Bill 721 finally passes. The chair lays out House Bill 851 on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 851 by Schofield, relating to the determination and reporting of the number of residence homesteads of certain property owners for which the owner is receiving certain ad valorem tax benefits.
Chair recognizes Mr. Schofield to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is the bill that would give legislators the data they need to make sound homestead policy. I move final passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 851. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 145 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 851 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1128. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1128 by Isaac, relating to the applicability to election judges of a prohibition on the carrying of a concealed handgun at a polling place.
Chair recognizes Ms. Isaac to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of HB 1128 under Article 3, Section 35 of the Constitution on the
Mr.
grounds that
Turner,
the caption
bring
does
your
not give
point of
reasonable
order
notice
forward, please.
subject to the bill.
Do I need to call? The point of order is withdrawn. The chair recognizes Ms. Isaac. The chair recognizes Ms. Isaac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill gives election judges the authority to carry in polling places. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1128. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. The chair will give you time to get back to your desk. Show Ms. Isaac voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 85 ayes, 57 nays, House Bill 1128 finally passes. Mr. Canales, would you come to the front, please? The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1904, and the clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1904 by Canales, relating to the release of a balloon and associated littering, creating a criminal offense.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a litter bill. There's an amendment. Acceptable.
There is an amendment. The clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Luther.
The chair recognizes Ms. Luther to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment just simply defines balloon as a bag of inflatable material made of mylar. It is acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Ms. Luther, would you yield?
Of course.
She will. Go ahead.
Thank you, Representative Luther. Just sitting here hoping this thing will pop up so we can
No
actually
worries.
see it. Could you walk through it for us, please?
Yeah, it's just making this offense only if it's a mylar balloon, not all balloons.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Canales to close on the bill.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Berry, for what purpose?
Mr. Money.
Excuse me, Mr. Money, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for one question?
Always.
Would you yield, Mr. Canales?
Yes, sir.
Under this bill and House Bill 200 that just passed, if a child is arrested and jailed for releasing balloons, will they receive a second look in 20 years?
I would hope so.
Okay.
Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1904. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 100 ayes, 42 nays, House Bill 1904 finally passes. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 30. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 30 by Chalks Clare, relating to the repeal of provisions authorizing certain taxing units in the year following the year in which a disaster occurs to adopt an ad valorem tax rate that exceeds the voter approval tax rate without holding an election to approve the adopted tax rate, making conforming changes.
Chair recognizes Ms. Troxclair to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is another great tax transparency bill. This bill will protect taxpayers by putting a stop to the abuse of the disaster exemption while still protecting the ability of communities that have been devastated by natural disasters to cover emergency services like evacuation services, debris removal, emergency shelter, and first responder pay. Thank you, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 30. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 95 ayes, 51 nays, House Bill 30 finally passes. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1916. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1916 by Cook relating to the jurisdiction of a court in a suit to divide certain property not divided or awarded on the dissolution of a marriage.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cook to read the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1916 retains exclusive jurisdiction in the divorce court to later divide undivided community property. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1916. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 139 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 1916 finally passes. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 541. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 541 by Shaheen relating to the provision of direct patient care by physicians and healthcare practitioners.
Chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 541 increases access to medical care by expanding the number of healthcare providers who can bill their patients directly. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 541. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Being 144 ayes, 1 nay, House Bill 1916 finally passes. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill. Wait, which are we doing? 5560. Excuse me. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 5560. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5560 by Harris relating to penalties in certain suits involving a groundwater conservation district, increasing a penalty.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harris to explain the bill.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, members, this bill helps prevent intentionally overpumping commercial water wells. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 5560. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Being 144 ayes, 3 nays, House Bill 5560 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3071. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3071 by Guerin relating to cancellation of certain solid waste disposal permits issued by the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply is designed to prevent adverse effects from future waste activity at a property that is now surrounded by homes. And
Mr. Speaker, the gentleman yield.
Mr. Darby, would you yield?
I certainly will.
I apologize. Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry, Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Speaker, is the chair advised that we have a pope and he's an American?
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Chair recognizes Mr. Darby to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3071. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show the chair voting aye, please. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 138 ayes, 9 nays, House Bill 3071 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 5627. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5627 by Capriglione relating to the creation of the Texas Commission on Public School Teacher Retirement Funding Transparency.
Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 5627 establishes a new commission that will provide recommendations on how to improve on how we fund our teacher retirement in the state of Texas. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 5627. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Being 99 ayes, 46 nays, House Bill 5627 finally passes. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 5435. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5435 by Bella Kaufman, relating to required lease terms for public property leased to a non-governmental entity.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Kaufman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 5435 exempts institutions of higher education from the 90-day notice requirement when managing urgent and short-term projects and public-private partnerships. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage. Excuse me, this is a record vote. The clerk will read the bill. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 145 ayes, 1 nay, House Bill 5435 finally passes. Chair lays out House Bill 2688 on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2688 by Harless, relating to the public retirement systems of certain municipalities.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harless to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to thank you for supporting the Houston Fire Department and their firefighters. This pension bill will save the city of Houston $62 million over the next 5 years, and I proudly move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2688. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Gertis voting aye, please. Have all members voted? Being 146 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 2688 finally passes. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3045. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3045 by Gerdes, relating to a franchise tax exemption for corporations operating a spaceport for certain national defense purposes.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gertis to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a spaceport franchise tax exemption. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3045. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 73 ayes, 74 nays, House Bill 3045 fails to pass. Verification has been requested. Members, verification is authorized. Members, please take your seat. Members, after this verification, we will be breaking for lunch. Members, please take your seats. Members, please take your seats. The clerk will proceed by verifying all those voting nay. Thank you.
The clerk will proceed with calling the names of those members voting nay.
Allen, Anchia, Bernal, Bowers, Bryant, Kane.
Is Mr. Kane on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike his name.
Canales, Cole, Collier, Cook, Cunningham, A. Davis of Dallas, Y. Davis of Dallas, Fairley, Fairley.
Is Ms. Fairley on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike her name.
Flores, Frank, Garcia of Dallas. Gates. Gervin Hawkins. Gonzalez of Dallas. Gonzalez of El Paso. Goodwin. Guerra. Harrison. Hayes. Hernandez. Hinojosa.
Is Ms. Hinojosa on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike her name.
Holt. Hopper. Howard. Hull. Jones of Harris. Lalani. Leo Wilson. Little. Longoria.
Is Mr. Longoria on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike his name.
Lowe. Lozano. Luther. Martinez. Meza. Money. Morales of Harris. Morgan. Munoz. Olcott. Oliverson. Perez of Harris. Pearson. Plessa. Reynolds.
Is
Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike his name.
Richardson. Rodriguez Ramos. Romero. Rose. Rosenthal. Schatzline. Schoolcraft. Schaffner. Simmons. Slauson. Spiller. Thompson. Tinderholt. Toth. Turner. Basut. Burdell. Bowe. Wale. Ward Johnson. Wharton. Wu. Zwiener.
Clerk will proceed to call the names of those members voting aye.
Alders. Ashby. Barry. Bella Montgomery. Bella Kaufman. Bojani. Bonin. Buckley. Busey. Bumgarner. Button. Campos. Capriglione. Cortez. Cortez.
Is Mr. Cortez on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike his name.
Craddock. Curry. Darby. Dean. De Ayala. DeRazio. Dutton. Dyson. Gomez, Garcia Bear, Garcia Hernandez, Gerties, Guillen,
Is Mr. Guillen on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike his name.
Harless, Harris, Harris Davila, Hefner, Hickland, Hunter, Isaac, Johnson, Jones of Dallas, Kerwin, King, Kitzman, LaHood, Lambert, Landgraf, Leach.
Is Mr. Leach on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike his name.
Lopeza Cameron, Lopeza Bear, Louderback, Lujan, Manuel, Martinez Fisher, McLaughlin, McQueenie, Metcalf, Meyer, Moody, Morales a Maverick, Noble, Ordaz, Ordaz,
Is Ms. Ordaz on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike her name.
Orr, Patterson, Paul, Perez of El Paso, Phelan, Raymond, Schofield, Shaheen, Smithy, Swanson, Tallarico, Tepper, Troxclair, Van Dever, Villalobos, Wilson,
Is Mr. Kane on the floor of the House? Strike his name. Is Ms. Fairley on the floor of the House? Strike her name. Is Ms. Hinojosa on the floor of the House? Strike her name. Is Mr. Longoria on the floor of the House? Strike his name. Is Mr. Reynolds on the floor of the House? Strike his name. Is Mr. Cortez on the floor of the House? Strike his name. Is Mr. Guillen on the floor of the House? Strike his name. Is Mr. Leach on the floor of the House? Show him present, voting aye. Is Ms. Ordaz on the floor of the House? Strike her name.
The following members have informed the chair that their machines malfunction. Representatives Hull, Slauson, Cunningham, Wharton, Oliverson, Lalani, Lozano, Martinez, Cook, Vasut voted aye, were shown voting nay. Show them voting aye. The following members have informed the chair that their machines malfunction. Representatives Smithsey, Campos, Jones, Tallarico, Johnson, Garcia, Gomez, Dutton, Manuel, Martinez, Fisher voted nay, but were shown voting aye. Show them voting nay. Members, the verification shows 70 ayes, 69 nays. House Bill 3045 passes. Finally passes, excuse me. Members, the House is going to stand at ease. The House is going to recess until 1:45 for lunch. Is there any objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Please be back on time. House will come to order. Please excuse Mr. Kane because of important business in the district on a motion of Mr. Vasut. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out Senate Bill 2420 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2420 by Paxton, relating to the regulation of platforms for the sale and distribution of software applications for mobile devices.
Chair recognizes Ms. Fairley to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm really thrilled to lay out this bill, SB 2420. So right now, minors can easily access addictive and harmful content without parental consent. And unlike the physical world where we check for tobacco or alcohol, the digital world, it lacks a lot of safeguards. SB 2420 right now requires parental approval. It establishes age verification standards for app stores. It restores parental empowerment, and there's really two key elements I want to address in this bill. First one is contractual agreements. Right now, when parents and kids download apps, they are entering into a contractual agreement, essentially giving over their data to big tech, which then they sell it online. The other part of this bill that's really important is transparency. Parents deserve to have access to the information about their apps that their kids are downloading. So, for example, apps like Hoop that are rated 12 and up. We would probably all agree that kids should not be downloading apps that are rated 12 and up. Members, why this matters is that we want to protect our kids. Move passage.
There's an amendment.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Bryant, for what
Will the
purpose?
gentlelady yield?
Ms. Fairley, would you yield for questions?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Fairley, I consulted with you this morning about this bill and an amendment to this bill. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And the consultation was asking you to accept an amendment that would not relieve, that would change the bill so that the bill does not relieve the people that make these apps that are inappropriate for children from the responsibility to verify the age of the person trying to download the app. Isn't that correct?
We did discuss some realm of that. Yes, sir.
Thank you. In fact, your bill, unless that amendment is added, relieves the people that produce these apps that are inappropriate for children from responsibility to age verify anybody who is applying to download that app. Isn't that correct?
We had some form of conversation earlier.
But I'm asking about your bill now, and you acknowledged to me in conversation, and I'm hoping to elicit this acknowledgement for the benefit of the House.
Yes, it cut out a little. Can you repeat that last question for me?
Yes, it is true, is it not, that your bill, unless amended, relieves the maker and seller of these apps
That is not true, not
from
necessarily.
responsibility to age verify the applicant that is seeking to download the app, so that a child, they're not going to verify the age of a person, child or adult, that's trying to download the app, because now your bill doesn't require them to do it. It says the app store has to do it, but the app maker, the bad guys that are making stuff we don't want to see our kids see, are not going to have to age verify. Isn't that correct?
That is not a correct representation of the legislation in the bill.
Well, show me in the bill where it requires the app maker, the maker of the app, the folks that are producing this unacceptable material,
So
to age verify.
if you would like to come down front and show me in the legislation where that's true, right now in section 121.056, it lays out that there is an option if app developers in good faith.
You're saying they have the option. If they would like to verify, they can, but they're no longer required under your bill to verify. So, and that's correct, isn't it?
If you would again like to come down up front and show me where in the legislation, to your point, I'm happy for you to show
Well,
me.
that's not the point, because I already did that with you standing at our desks, and we opened the bill up together. And the point is that the bill as it currently stands unamended, relieves the very people that are making unacceptable content for our children from the obligation to verify the age of a person seeking to download the app.
Representative Bryant, we did not show you in the bill, you did not point out anything in the legislation of your point. Again, if you'd like to come up front and show me, I'd be more than happy to see.
But you acknowledged to me that in our conversation in a moment ago that instead of a mandate that they have to age verify, now they just have the option to age verify.
So, Mr.
Isn't
Bryant,
that correct?
I have a quick question. Have you read the language, all 12, 16 pages of this bill?
Well, the question is, why would you not accept an amendment that just simply makes clear in just a few lines? It says nothing in this bill says that an app maker is relieved of the obligation to age verify before letting anyone access their app. Why not accept an amendment that says that?
So, with all due respect, Representative Bryant, I'm afraid I think there's probably a little bit of a disconnect because we probably both agree on the point that we want to protect our children, right?
Right.
Yes. We probably both agree that we don't want big tech taking our kids' data, correct?
Right.
Okay, so let's talk about what we discussed briefly. I'd mentioned to you right now, one, it's so disappointing that we are in a place where big tech can take data and sell it online. And when we talked about this amendment you brought up earlier, I explained to you, right now, your amendment breaks First Amendment concerns. And I know as a body here in the House, we do not want to discriminate against apps. I'm sure you agree with that as well. And we also for sure do not want to break First Amendment rights.
But Ms. Fairley, you are unable to make any type of a close case that there's any First Amendment rights involved with this amendment. The amendment says, notwithstanding subsection A, nothing in this chapter relieves a social media platform from doing age verification as required by law, state law and federal law. Nothing relieves them of that obligation.
Mr. Bryant.
Unless this is added to your bill relieves them of that obligation. Isn't that correct?
Mr. Bryant, I'd ask that we stay on the bill, not the amendment.
I'm sorry, what?
I'd ask that we need to stay on the bill, the legislation. If you have questions about the legislation, I'm happy to ask.
Well, it's an
You're
indirect
discussing the
way of
amendment.
asking about your legislation, which relieves the very people that are producing unacceptable content for our children from the obligation to age verify. I can't see why you want to do that.
Once again, if you'd like to point out up front, up here, and show me where in the language you don't like it, I'm more than happy to talk about that. But again,
we did
I'd like
that
to
already.
stay on the bill.
We spent a great deal of time over here at your desk.
You did not show me in the language on the bill. But I'm happy for you to come up front and let's
Yeah.
chat about it.
Fine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 2420. I should say the committee substitute for Senate Bill 2420 on the grounds that the caption fails to give the legislature and the public reasonable notice of the subject of the bill under House Rule 8, Section 1A1.
Bring your point of order to the front, please, Mr. Bryant. The point of order is withdrawn. Chair recognizes Ms. Fairley.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Brown, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of the committee substitute to Senate Bill 2420 on the grounds that the caption fails to give the legislature and the public reasonable notice of the subject of the proposed measure as required by House Rule 8, Section 1A1.
Bring your point of order down front, please, Mr. Brown. Excuse Mr. Longoria because of important business on a motion of Ms. Rose. The point of order is withdrawn. Please excuse Mr. Longoria because of important business on the motion of Ms. Rose. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The point of order is withdrawn. The chair recognizes Ms. Fairley. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bryant.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bryant to explain the amendment.
Members of the House, I took the House's time to raise those points of order because I had hoped that by winning one, I might be able to induce Ms. Fairley, Representative Fairley, into accepting this. I am, at her request, a co-author of this bill. I share the objective of the bill. I share support for the objective of the bill. But on reading it carefully, it was brought to my attention that the bill, whether on purpose or inadvertently, relieves the very people who produce the apps that produce material that's unacceptable for children from the obligation to verify the age of the person seeking to download the app. I offer a very simple amendment that simply says that nothing in the bill relieves a social media platform from doing age verification as required by law. They're required by state law and by federal law to do age verification, but this bill would relieve them from that obligation. And I simply offer this amendment in order to make sure that this bill, while imposing this obligation on the app stores for the first time, does not relieve the app maker from that obligation.
Mr. Shaheen, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for questions on his amendment?
Bryant, would you yield?
I yield,
He will,
yes.
Mr. Shaheen.
Yes, I do. Yes.
So, Mr. Bryant, help me understand specifically what you're having the individual apps do.
The individual apps have the obligation to verify the age of somebody who purchases their product.
Okay.
And to prohibit and to not allow the product to be sold to anybody who does not meet the legally required age.
Okay, so your amendment requires the individual applications, each application, to perform age verification. Is that is that a correct understanding?
As they are required to do now.
Okay, so what does the main bill do? What's SB 2420 do?
Well, it imposes the obligation to verify ages on the app store. So basically the department store has got to do the age verification for the handful of products in the department store which are age inappropriate, instead of the maker and seller of the age inappropriate app.
Do you understand the internet is different than a brick and mortar store?
Than a what?
Than a brick and mortar store. Do you know that the internet operates very differently than a brick and mortar store?
In some respects, yes, and in other respects, no.
Okay, so what you're saying is you don't like the idea of the App Store doing age verification. You want all the individual applications to perform age verification. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, do you know how many applications are in the Apple Store?
Well, it doesn't matter how many applications
Yeah, it
are in
does.
there.
Do you know how many apps are in the Apple Store?
Well, I know that there's about 300 different app stores out there.
Do you, my specific question to you, sir, was do you know how many applications
if you
are
could
in
ask
the
it
Apple
in a civil
App
tone,
Store?
Mr. Shaheen, I'd be happy to respond
Members,
to you.
please keep the discourse.
We don't have a big dispute here.
So, Mike, let me.
People
Do I need to
agree
ask my
and
question
disagree.
again?
So,
Do you want me to ask it again? Or?
Yes, please.
Okay. So, what you want to do is you want to have the individual applications do age verification.
they do it now, and they should continue to do it.
Thank you. My question is, do you know how many applications are in the App Store, Apple App Store.
I don't, but I don't think it's
Okay,
important.
so there's well over 1 million. So what you're doing, what I'm interpreting your amendment does, is now you're saying this one app store, instead of them doing age verification, you're literally going to have over 1 million applications. 1 million.
That's not correct.
Over 1 million
Yeah.
that are going to do age verification. Don't you think the bill
That's
author,
not-
excuse me, sir, I have a question to ask you.
Okay.
Don't you think it's more reasonable to have age verification at the App Store level versus over 1 million applications?
I don't, and for this reason, there are not 1 million age-inappropriate apps. There may be 1 million apps, but the handful of them out there that are age-inappropriate, that responsibility ought to be
That's
upon.
a great
Let me
question.
finish
Yeah.
my answer.
Yep.
The responsibility for age verification ought to be on that small percentage of apps that are age inappropriate,
So how do you
not on
determine-
anybody else.
so
And
how do you
that's their
determine-
responsibility now, and that should continue to be their
So how do you
responsibility.
determine, of over 1 million apps, how do you determine which ones should have age verification and which ones shouldn't?
That's up to you. I mean,
No, it's not up to me. That's a question I just asked you.
Well, if you think that's important, you can assert that from the front mic. I'm just pointing out that the small percentage of the apps that produce age-inappropriate material ought to have the obligation to do the age verifying, not the App Store that has, as you said, 1 million apps, a huge percentage of which don't have anything to do or have any need for age verification.
So no, the point I'm trying to make is there is a huge flaw in your amendment. So what you're doing is you're moving away from the App Store doing the age verification, and you're having over 1 million, which we will never be able to tell if they're doing age-appropriate verification, if they're even doing it, because there's over 1 million. So what the bill author has done smartly is just said the App Store does the age verification. Does Apple and Google, do they support this approach?
Do you have a question?
I just asked you, I can ask you again.
All right.
Do you know if Apple or Google support this approach or not?
I'm sure all of the app stores support the approach that I'm taking because they do not want to see the responsibility for age verification for age-inappropriate apps offloaded to them. Nevertheless, this bill does offload it to them and will continue to have offloaded it to them, but my amendment says the app maker who makes this material that should not be seen by our minors is not going to escape that responsibility.
Thank you for your
They must also do age verification because I don't want to make life easier for the people that produce that material.
Thank you for that clarification that Apple and Google don't support the approach where the App Store has to do the age verification, which makes 100,000 times more sense than having over 1 million applications doing the age verification. Thank you, sir, for yielding for questions and clarifying.
I think you stated some things I didn't say. I just said that all of the app stores, of course, would prefer not to have responsibility for age verifying material that they didn't produce and don't have anything to do with. Members, if you really do want to keep the heat on those folks that produce age inappropriate material, vote for this amendment. Don't let them off the hook. Thank you.
The amendment has been withdrawn. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Johnson.
Chair recognizes Ms. Johnson on the app. You've already been recognized.
Members of Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Representative Fairley for working with us on looking at this amendment. Very similar to the discussion that we've just had over the last couple of sessions, this legislature, including Ms. Shelby Slauson, who went to bat for this to make sure that app companies were also doing age verification. This just clarifies within this bill that the rules to verify whether or not there is a child getting on this device applies to everybody in play. And I do believe it's acceptable to the author. And I move adoption.
The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, so ordered. Does anyone wish to speak on, for, or against the bill? The chair recognizes Ms. Fairley to close on the bill.
Move passage.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Tenderholt, for what purpose?
will the representative yield for a question?
Ms. Fairley, would you yield for a question?
Yes, sir.
She will, Mr. Tenderholt.
Is it true that this bill 2420 is a legislative priority for the Texas GOP under Stop Sexualizing Children?
Yes, it is.
And so Republicans should want to vote for this, along with the fact that it protects children. Everyone on the House floor should want to support this.
100%.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Johnson, for what purpose?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, will the gentlelady yield
Ms.
for
Fairley,
questions?
would you yield?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson, go
Representative
ahead.
Fairley, thank you so much for talking to me. Not only have you talked to me about this bill for the last almost couple weeks, but you had some other folks spend some time, and I really am appreciative, one, of your efforts and what you're doing, and your thoughtfulness as to how this policy plays out. You are probably aware that I've had a chance to serve on the social media committee with Chairman Patterson, and we have heard some incredible testimony over the interim about the impact of social media on youth.
Yes.
And so what you're attempting to do here, as we have done in the last couple of sessions, which is to attempt to regulate how social media is operated with regard to children, right?
Yes.
And I share that same goal with you, that what you are doing here is intended to and is put in place to protect kids. And so I want to ask, as you and I discussed earlier, about getting down on the record for all of our constituents about what this will look like in January of 2026 when this goes into effect. How do you anticipate passage of this legislation and signed into law will affect an adult when they go to turn on their device?
This should not affect an adult.
And so how will it go into effect, and how will we apply the verification for a child that is using a device?
Yes, well, thank you so much. I've enjoyed working with you together on this and appreciate your feedback. So when we talk about implementation, I want to make sure I'm answering your question directly. One, right now, there are several different availabilities when we talk about age verification. In the bill, in the legislation, it says commercially reasonable method of verification. There's several different formats that fit that. And so right now, one, this applies to only minors. And essentially what will happen is it's a form of, the kid, minor has an app. They want to download the app on the App Store, and then a parent gets a notification, which then has the new age ratings about what's appropriate for their kid, and then the parent decides and can respond yes or no if they want their kid to download this app.
And again, correct me if I use the term wrongly, but it's commercially verifiable age verification. That is both a term of art in law and within the software developer community, correct? That comes out of a case out of Utah?
Correct. Right now, and I'm quoting only in this legislation, I want to be careful about Utah's law, but in section 121.021, the bill calls for a commercially reasonable method of verification.
And so that commercially reasonable method of age verification, is that something that is already happening today when I sign up and I set up my iPhone?
Yes.
And so if you can, walk us through how just when I go to the store and I buy a phone and they say, okay, we're going to get you set up, we're going to transfer over all of your stuff, that commercially reasonable verification is already occurring in real practice.
Exactly. Well, thank you for this question. So first off, the way this is very simple. One, Apple and Google and big tech are very efficient in this, and they know how to get our data. It's fine. It's how it is. So to walk you through practically, you get your phone, you set up your Apple ID or Google account. They have to take your information, whether it's birth date. If you go to your iPhone right now and go to settings, it shows your birth date. And so they already have this information. So when we talk about implementation, they're already doing it, they already have it, but it's very simple and straightforward.
And so when people say, well, hey, how are we going to do this or how are we going to verify it? Are you anticipating in any way that I have to upload my driver's license, or I have to upload my birth certificate, or I have to upload any other personal identifying information to prove up my age as an adult?
What I will say to that is we have allowed the language specifically to be commercially reasonable method of verification, which is very, very broad when you look at that. We've allowed that so that big tech, when this is hopefully implemented, that they have the freedom to figure out what works best for them. I mean, when you look at Apple and Google, they are billion-dollar companies. They know how to do this. This is what they were made to do. And so when we talk about implementation and even burden and how they do this, these companies were designed to do things like this. And so, again, we've left that very broad to allow what they're doing. And right now what they're doing works great. They have their birth date. You have, if you have your Apple Wallet, they already have your credit card. Now you can add your driver's license in there. And so there shouldn't be any new intent for these big tech companies.
So you're not anticipating that consumers have to turn over more sensitive personal verifying data to these companies?
No.
And so you're not anticipating or expecting what we do with the issues of privacy, how they can keep that data when they have to dispose of that data, or is that also contemplated in the bill?
So right now, and I can address section 121.025 and 121.055, it addresses these data privacy concerns that I think that you would see fit to this legislation.
Okay. I appreciate very much your accepting the amendment. And so just to play out what you and I talked about with accepting this amendment, which is if I, as an older adult, have my iPhone or my iPad and I've set up my account and my provider has used the same commercially reasonable verification to know, hey, this is Ann Johnson. She's a 50-year-old woman. We know her age and we're comfortable with it. That at some point, if a kid picks up my iPad and they run off someplace else, and they go to download an app, which we would say wouldn't be appropriate, or one of the ones that we've talked about needs to do age verification, the amendment you accepted just says, hey, both sides need the responsibility in here to make sure that it's not a kid getting a hold, and we're not alleviating the App Store from having to verify the age of the individual that's doing the download, correct?
My understanding of our conversation, yes.
Okay, so same thing, like, if I have my app, and we talked about this and I heard some questions earlier, how do we figure it out? And I do know this is the debate we've been having for the last couple of sessions. I mean, probably nobody would be upset with a kid using Waze, right, as an address. Or we may not need an age verification for pizza order and delivery and things like that. But our concern that the committee has talked about and why we look at, one, I've supported your bill on social media and phones and kids in school. As Chairman Patterson and I talked about in the interim, the great book, The Anxious Generation, and the manner in which some apps we know are harmful for kids, either in their use or the content that they may be able to see, correct? And so I do want to separate this. Your bill is not attempting to discriminate on content. Is that right?
Not at all, no.
Okay.
And to your point, Representative, you address another part of this bill that really is frankly very fundamental is the data privacy when you look at that. We do not want big tech tracking down our kids' privacy. And so that's another element to this piece of legislation that we've discussed.
And so in the same respect, on content, you're not trying to go after First Amendment rights
Not
or
at all.
speech or anything like that, right? And then for the same question, again, I'm going to get out of my lane on social media. I have my phone, I have my iPad, but you also now have like smart TVs, you have computers, and you see a litany of apps that can get started at any point in time. And effectively, your legislation is trying to apply to all of those platforms and providers. Is that right?
It is to apply to all smart devices.
And so your intent is to have this spread out as a responsibility to all folks that are putting out, and again, while we're not talking about content, are putting out a product of which may be consumed by a child that we have previously debated whether or not that is appropriate for somebody at the age of 18.
What I would clarify with that point is I agree with what you're saying, but I would say the point, one, this is held accountable at the app level. This is not held accountable at the App Store level. And the reason that is because when you talk about practicality and even implementation, it's way too much of a burden to do it at the App Store. But the other part of this is the fact that we want our parents to be more aware of what our kids are downloading. This isn't just about only apps that aren't good for kids. This is also about the data privacy concern that we have when kids are downloading apps that their parents may not know or be fully aware of.
And so I want to go back. The amendment that we just talked about is actually making sure that any other law that we have applied, wherever it is in the process, if it's being challenged or not, that until those decisions are made, everybody is responsible for following all the laws that have already been passed in the state of Texas, right?
My understanding, yes.
Yeah. And so, again, on parents, do parents have the ability or the choice to opt out of this, or is this automatic?
They do not have the option. In section 121.056(6)(c).
The gentlelady's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker, may I ask for an extension of time? Who said mid-
The time's.
I'm asking.
I was wrong. The time, she still has 10 more minutes.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So again, parents cannot opt out, right?
That is correct.
And then, again, procedurally, what do we do if somebody flies in from Mississippi and is in Texas at the time? How will this impact, if at all, their device when they enter our state?
I'm really glad you brought up this point. So when we talk about geofencing or how is this applicable in Texas, how does that work? So how this works is essentially, they're able to understand where you're at when you're in Texas. And the reason we know this works and that Apple and Google are capable and big tech is able to do this is when TikTok was banned, it worked out of state, but it did not work it worked out of the country, but it did not work in our country. And so that gives, frankly, proof to the fact that there is an ability to create systems for, only to do within Texas boundaries.
Okay. Thank you so much, not
Thank
only
you.
for your work, but taking the time to flush through all that stuff on how this is going to
Thank
be
you,
applied.
Representative.
I appreciate you.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Ramos, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield for some
Would
questions?
you yield?
Yes, ma'am.
She'll be happy to.
Thank you so much for explaining in depth the amendment that Representative Johnson offered, and will you be accepting that amendment?
We did accept it.
Wonderful. Now, is that not the exact same amendment that you just refused to accept that Representative Bryant offered?
I am not advised. We're on the bill.
You don't know what that amendment that you just refused to accept and the terminology that you just accepted this amendment right now that have the exact same words that you just refused to accept from Representative Bryant? You don't know what happened in the last 5 minutes?
Representative, we're on the bill. If you have questions about the bill,
Yes, we are on the bill with the amendment that you just accepted. You just answered the question about accepting that amendment from Representative Johnson. But I think it's disingenuous of you for you to deny the exact same words from Representative Bryant with that amendment. And for you to now wholeheartedly accept it and explain it, I think that's a bit, not only is it disingenuous, but it's misleading in that you're now accepting this exact same amendment from another individual when that was proposed to you 5 minutes earlier, and for whatever reason, you chose not to accept it. Is there a reason that you did not accept that amendment from Representative Bryant and you are now accepting it from Johnson?
Representative, first off, I appreciate you coming up here and
Is
inquiring
there a
about this.
reason?
Representative, let me answer, and I would love to engage with you. So
Yes.
first off, I was not involved in who technically was going to file the amendment.
Well, are you not the bill
I
author to
also-
accept an amendment or
Excuse me,
refuse it?
1 minute, please. I also will say that we are not talking about Representative Bryant's amendment. We are talking about Representative Johnson's amendment.
I'm
So that sticks
Ms.
to Representative
Ramos, can
Johnson's amendment.
please keep personalities out of the conversation and
Yes,
keep
sir.
your questions on the bill.
The bill that you just that you're trying to pass, the amendment that was offered that you just accepted, so which is going to be included in this overall bill, you chose to refuse to accept an amendment. I just think it's shameful to play these political games when we should be really fighting for working class families, yet you're here playing these games. The exact same amendment that was offered to you, you denied it, and I think it's very shameful of you to do that. Thank you,
That is
Mr.
not a
Speaker.
question. Thank you.
Will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Ms. Johnson, for what purpose?
Representative Fairley, I
Would you
appreciate...
yield, Ms.
Will
Fairley?
you yield?
Yes, I will.
For what purpose, Ms. Johnson?
May I ask a
Ms.
gentlelady
Fairley,
a
would
question?
you yield for
Yes.
questions? She will, Ms. Johnson.
Ms. Fairley, I appreciate, again, the time you've been talking to me for almost a couple weeks. You and I talked earlier today. Are you aware that I filed that amendment?
I was not.
I had filed it,
Okay.
but then there was a duplicate filed.
Okay.
And procedurally, how things got out of order. I appreciate your willingness to engage on the content and the willingness to work with the representatives of this body. And I'm sorry that there were 2 duplicates filed, but I thank you very much for continuing the longstanding conversation you and I have had for a number of days in good faith.
Not a worry. Thank
I
you.
appreciate it.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Bernal, for what purpose?
does the gentlelady yield for
Would you
questions?
yield, Ms. Fairley?
Yes, sir.
All right, we've had
She will.
you and I have had some discussions earlier today and yesterday. I want to nerd out a little bit on the specifics of the bill just to make sure that I fully understand it. In the definition of mobile device, there's a phrase here towards the end that says, the phrase is perform common services. And I wanted to know what that meant, and I'll explain to everyone while I'm asking. This is not a gotcha question, by the way.
Can you tell me what page and where this is so I can look at it?
Yes, I
That'd be
can.
helpful.
It is on page 2
Thank
on
you.
line 3.
Thanks. Okay. I'm looking at it.
Okay.
Thank
So in the definition of mobile device, there's a sort of long explanation of what it is, and at the end, it says perform common services for software applications on handheld electronic devices. And I wanted to know what that meant.
Yes, so essentially handheld electronic devices, the definition and meaning of that would be, let me look real quick, read the whole sentence, 1 second. So essentially, if you go to the top of that sentence, mobile devices,
Yes.
that is more of an extension of the definition of this is only applying to mobile devices.
Yes, and the definition of mobile devices explains
Portable wireless
what they
electronic.
do, how they're used, but then we get to perform common services. And the reason I'm asking is to go back to the conversation that you and I had, which is I understand, just to be clear and transparent, I understand that we're talking about smartphones. I understand we're talking about tablets. I understand even that we're talking about smart TVs. But then we get to things that in my mind are more benign, like a Nintendo Switch or a PlayStation Portal or the upcoming Xbox handheld. Clearly, I like video games.
very
And
excited
I don't
about
know if we're trying to capture the same thing. And so they don't have app stores, they have sort of first-party marketplaces. And so when it says perform common services, I'm wondering, are we talking about tablets and smartphones and smart TVs? Are we talking about anything that you hold in your hand that has a screen and can engage with software?
Well, thank you for bringing this up. So first
Sure.
off, I do want to go software applications on held hand electronic devices. That refers to the App Store, point blank, really like a software application App Store. But when we're talking about mobile device, I mean, it says right here, portable wireless electronic device, including a tablet or smartphone capable of transmitting, receiving, processing, or storing. So anything within that definition would fall suit to this legislation.
Right, and I guess my question is whether or not something like a Nintendo Switch falls inside or outside of that definition. If maybe you may not have one, I have 2. You get on your Switch, you have an account. If you want to download Super Mario, you go to the Nintendo Marketplace, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's I don't know if that's an app store or not, because the games, are they apps, are they software? Part A. Part B is, does a Nintendo Switch, for example, engage in, does it perform common services, or is this a specific service? And again, I'm not trying to kill the bill. I like the intent. I think it's necessary. I've got a 7-year-old that had an iPad, and there are apps on the iPad that I deleted for exactly the purposes that you're pointing out. So that's not what this conversation is. The conversation is, does something like a first-party proprietary gaming handheld, like a Nintendo Switch, like a PlayStation Portal, does it fall inside or outside of the bill and the definitions?
So again, it would be App Store. So if there is an App Store, which, I can't remember what you said with the marketplace they have. So if that's considered an App Store, yes, this would apply to that. Now, I would also like to say, so if you go to, I don't know if you've had the bill, but page 12, it talks about, in a subsection, relied in good faith on age category and consent information received.
The gentlelady's time has expired.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading on Senate Bill 2420. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Patterson voting aye, Mr. Shaheen voting aye, Ms. Johnson voting aye, Mr. Martinez Fisher voting aye, Mr. Cortez voting aye. Members, I'll give you time to vote. Ms. Bowers voting aye. Mr. Lozano voting aye. Have all members voted? Being 132 ayes, 10 nays, Senate Bill 2420 passes to third reading. The chair lays out Senate Bill 17 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 17 by Kolkhorst, relating to the purchase of or acquisition of title to real property by certain aliens or foreign entities.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harris for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of SB 17 until 4 p.m. today.
Is there any objection? You've heard the motion, members. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out House Bill 3483 on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3483 by Gomez, relating to the authority of a special utility district to issue revenue bonds.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gomez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, ladies and gentlemen, this is our bipartisan rural water bill that we passed yesterday. This bill will address the needs by enhancing water infrastructure and help keep rural towns by reducing costs and eliminating financial infrastructure delays. Mr. Speaker, we move passage.
Excuse me. Hang on a second. I got some. I got some right here. The question occurs on passage to third, or excuse me, the question occurs on passage of House Bill 3483. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Would you show me voting? Would you show Mr. Harris voting aye, please? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 106 ayes, 39 nays, House Bill 3483 finally passes. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4213. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4213 by Dutton, relating to the accrual of interest on overdue child support.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dutton to explain the bill.
All right. Yeah, Mr. Speaker and members, thank you. This is the bill we passed on yesterday. It was a simple bill that overnight became complex. And so the intent of the bill was to make sure that child support obligations that are unpaid accrue at the same interest rates as all other civil judgments do. And there's an amendment by,
There's an amendment.
yeah.
The clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Slauson.
Chair recognizes Ms. Slauson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, yesterday we approved an amendment on this bill, and I don't think we fully realized at the time what we did. So we have a new amendment up here. As the author was just talking about, we were trying to create some parity with other judgment rates. And in the Texas Finance Code, we already have a standard formula for judgment interest rates set at the prime rate by the Federal Reserve. But yesterday, when we approved an amendment, we tied it to a different rate, the federal funds rate. And members, some years, that federal funds rate is actually around 0 to 0.25%, which would have the effect for delinquent child support of essentially giving a free pass when those delinquent parents are not paying support for their kids. And I know that wasn't the author's intent at the time, so we're looking to fix that today.
Ms. Hull,
Does the gentlelady yield for some questions?
Ms. Lawson, would you yield?
I do.
Thank
She will.
you. We're talking about the rate. The interest rate on this is a penalty for the delinquent late payment. Is that correct?
Correct.
Correct. So the parent that owes the money is not borrowing from the parent owed the money because this is not a loan. Is that correct?
Correct.
So this amendment, your amendment, fixes this so we are not incentivizing a parent to not pay or even to go and invest in the stock market to go make money instead of paying the child support that they owe. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. And we want to make sure that we are not asking the parent owed the money to finance basically the deadbeat parent's neglect. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know which parent it is that is more likely to receive and to be the one depending on the child support?
Yes, actually, our office called the Attorney General's Office Child Support Division today and asked just statistically which parent is usually the payee. And their rough percentages on that is about 90% of the time it's the mother.
And Representative Slauson, do you know what we are celebrating this weekend?
I do. In about 3 several days, we'll be celebrating Mother's Day.
That is right. So is cutting a break, since you just said that it's basically 90% moms who receive child support, and we are celebrating Mother's Day this weekend, is cutting a break to a delinquent and deadbeat dad the message we want to send to Texas moms on Mother's Day weekend?
I don't believe so.
Thank
And
you,
I-
Representative Slauson.
And I thank Chair Dutton for helping us fix this today. I do believe that this amendment is acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Dutton to close.
On behalf of Mother's Day, let's pass this. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4213. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell.
He better get.
Have all members voted? There being 146 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 4213 finally passes. Ms. Johnson, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, may I ask that the dialogue on Senate Bill 2420 be reduced to writing and placed in the journal?
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4226. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4226 by Morales Shaw, relating to an exemption from the taxes imposed on the sale, use, or rental of a motor vehicle for a vehicle purchased, used, or rented by a nonprofit food bank.
Chair recognizes Ms. Morales Shaw to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the Texas Food Bank bill from yesterday, and I thank you for your overwhelming support. Move passage. Thank you.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4226. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 132 ayes and 12 nays, House Bill 4226 finally passes. The chair lays out House Bill 783 on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 783 by Lalani, relating to civil liability for online impersonation.
Chair recognizes Dr. Lalani to explain House Bill 783.
Speaker, members, this bill defines online impersonation as a use of person's name, image, signature, voice, or likeness through social media or other digital means without consent and with the intent to harm, defraud, intimidate, or threaten. HB 783 would create a civil cause of action for person harmed by online impersonation. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 783. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Thank you. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 118 ayes, 27 nays, House Bill 783 finally passes. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 175. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 175 by Gonzalez of El Paso, relating to establishing optional certifications for child care providers participating in the Texas Rising Star program and reimbursement rates for those providers.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a really important bill for our child care providers to help them with kids with disabilities, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 175. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Jones voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 91 ayes and 53 nays, House Bill 175 finally passes. Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I move to reduce to writing and place in the journal the statements on SB 2420.
Mr. Wu, would you speak into the microphone so we can get that, please?
Apologies. I move to reduce to writing and place in the journal the discussion on SB 2420.
Thank you. Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out House Bill 4735 on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4735 by Ashby, relating to rural development funds and insurance tax credits for certain investments in those funds, authorizing fees.
Chair recognizes Mr. Ashby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill supports our rural small businesses and communities and creates jobs. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4735. This is a record vote. The clerk will read the bill. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 114 ayes, 31 nays, House Bill 4735 finally passes. Chair lays out House Bill 5155 on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5155 by Rose, relating to the continuation of a pilot program designed to improve the quality and accessibility of care for certain Medicaid recipients.
Chair recognizes Ms. Rose to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill extends a proven program that gives mothers battling addiction and their babies a chance for a healthy start. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 5155. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell.
Noted.
Have all members voted? Being 143 ayes and 1 nay, House Bill 5155 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 5057. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5057 by Landgraf, relating to exclusive contracts for municipal solid waste management services.
Chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 5057 promotes transparency in municipal solid waste contracting. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 5057. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 144 ayes and 0 nays, House Bill 5057 finally passes. Chair lays out House Bill 4813 on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4813 by Oliverson, relating to the scheduling of certain controlled substances in response to certain actions by the United States Food and Drug Administration with respect to those substances.
Chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is the bill we passed yesterday that will expedite the ability of our Texas veterans to access new innovative therapies for treating PTSD. I want to say thank you to my joint author, Representative Garcia, and I hope you'll stand with me and other Texas veterans, and I move passage, Mr. Speaker.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4813. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Romero voting aye, Ms. Garcia voting aye, Mr. Oliverson voting aye. Have all members voted? Being 146 ayes and 0 nays, House Bill 4813 finally passes. The chair lays out House Bill 5339. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5339 by Wilson, relating to the advancing research for agricultural sustainability and pesticide harm reduction in institutions of higher education.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wilson for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 5339 until 4 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out House Bill 5196 on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5196 by Capriglione, relating to telework for state employees.
Chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 5196 provides a practical, structured solution for our state agencies to offer telework arrangements with clear expectations. I move passage.
The question occurs on House Bill 5196. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 138 ayes and 6 nays, House Bill 5196 finally passes. Chair lays out House Bill 5033 on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5033 by Bella Kaufman, relating to elimination of the motor vehicle emissions inspection and maintenance program.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bella Kaufman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 5033 prepares Texas to regain control over statewide emissions policies if federal mandates no longer apply at any point in the future. Thank you, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 5033. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 101 ayes, 45 nays, House Bill 5033 finally passes. The chair lays Dr. Oliverson for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, in honor of Mother's Day, I'd like to respectfully request that the dialogue between Representatives Hull and Slauson on House Bill 4213 be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3486. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3486 by Hunter, relating to a reduction in the amount of sales and use tax collections that the owners of restaurants that purchase Texas farm-raised oysters are required to remit to the Comptroller of Public Accounts.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to explain the bill.
All right, members. This is the oyster rebate. Texas oysters for Mother's Day on Sunday. Pass HB 3486.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3486. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 131 ayes and 11 nays, House Bill 3486 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4211. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4211 by Noble, relating to certain residential property interests controlled by certain entities.
Chair recognizes Ms. Noble to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill protects Texans' home ownership. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage, House Bill 4211. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 104 ayes, 41 nays, House Bill 4211 finally passes. The chair lays out House Bill 74 on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 74 by Morales of Maverick, relating to the creation of the Puerto Verde Port Authority District, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessments, fees, and taxes, granting a limited power of eminent domain.
Chair recognizes Mr. Morales to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the Port Authority bill down in Eagle Pass, Maverick County. If you recall, it had bipartisan support. We thanked Senator Ted Cruz as well for his help in getting us the presidential permit. This is an economic growth job opportunity. Move passage. On Chia, you were one. There were no red lights yesterday. Let's make it happen again. Move passage.
Ms. Garvin Hawkins, for what purpose?
Would a gentleman yield for a question?
Mr. Morales, will you yield?
Eminent domain. Are you talking about taking people's land?
No, ma'am. There is limited eminent domain condemnation powers that we're exercising in this. And the process is this, and the reason is this. Because it is a Port Authority bridge, we're subject to the federal government as well as the state, possibly imposing or requiring that the Port Authority acquire property that is not within the Port Authority jurisdiction. So rather than have to wait and come up to here in the event that that happens for a border security reason, that's why we implemented limited eminent domain authority in those instances where fair market value is going to be issued. That's not a problem.
So you're going to pay these people fair market value for their property?
And they'll have due process, and they'll be able to also address any issues with respect to that.
And so why eminent domain? Why not just a sales contract?
But we needed it for purposes of making sure that we were able to comply. We'll have the landowner bill of rights.
Representative, a sales contract versus eminent domain is two different things.
I'm very aware. I've practiced in real estate, Ms. Barb. I'm very well aware of that. But since this is going to be a port authority, we're granting it limited eminent domain.
I'm worried. Give them their money.
We should. Yes, ma'am. That's the plan. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 74. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 140 ayes and 4 nays, House Bill 74 finally passes. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4730. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4730 by Hull, relating to the voluntary relinquishment of parental rights, adoption, and the regulation of child placing agencies.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the Adoption Bill of Rights. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4730. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Being 142 ayes and 0 nays, House Bill 4730 finally passes. The chair lays out House Bill 4743 on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4743 by Bonin, relating to the issuance of a single license for a hospital and mobile stroke unit of the hospital.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harris to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is Dr. Bonin's bill that gives people mobile strokes. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4743. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Being 146 ayes and 0 nays, House Bill 4743 finally passes. The chair lays out House Bill 4463 on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4463 by Van Dever relating to authorized activities of a brewer's or non-resident brewer's license holder.
Chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this will allow two brewing entities to share facilities legally and efficiently, provided both have proper federal filings and meet TABC bonding requirements. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4463. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 144 ayes and 0 nays, House Bill 4463 finally passes. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4139. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4139 by Zwiener relating to the use of videography in relation to certain court proceedings.
Chair recognizes Ms. Weiner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is our bill that prohibits videography in certain courts proceedings to protect victims and jurors. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4139. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 131 ayes and 15 nays, House Bill 4139 finally passes. Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a message from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. HB 142, Noble, sponsor Perry, relating...
Mr. Messenger, are any of those bills bluebacks?
I have a House bill and a House joint resolution.
The chair lays out House Bill 4752 on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4752 by Landgraf relating to the eligibility of a charitable organization for an exemption from ad valorem taxation of the organization's property if the organization provides for the organized solicitation and collection for distributions through gifts, grants, and agreements to nonprofit charitable education, religious, and youth organizations that provide direct human health and welfare services.
Chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill patches up or supplements HB 456 that we passed during the 88th. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4752. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Dean voting aye. Have all members voted? Being 143 ayes and 1 nay, House Bill 4752 finally passes. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4486. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4486 by Bonin relating to directing payment after approval of certain miscellaneous claims and judgments against the state out of funds designated by this act, making appropriations.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harris to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is Dr. Bonin's bill that funds miscellaneous claims. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4486. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Massoud voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 118 ayes, 23 nays, House Bill 4486 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4437. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4437 by Capriglione relating to a requirement that the Department of Information Resources implement and develop certain systems and databases to authenticate and track certain digital content.
The chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain the bill. Is Mr. Capriglione on the floor of the House? Is Mr. Capriglione on the floor of the House? 4437.
Okay. All right. Okay, I'm in the middle. Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4437 directs the Texas Department of Information Resources to implement Provenance Technologies. Members, what this does is it puts digital watermarks inside of images so that we can make sure there's no misinformation or disinformation being spread. I move passage. Thank you.
No third of me. The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4437. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Show Mr. King voting aye, please. Have all members voted? Being 142 ayes and 4 nays, House Bill 4437 finally passes.
Mr. Hunter for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Calendars to meet while the House is in session today at 5 p.m. in room 3W9 to consider a calendar.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair against this button. Bring her up here. Chair recognizes Ms. Button for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, many of you know that I was born and raised in the beautiful island of Taiwan in the Pacific Ocean. I came to Texas for my graduate study at the age of 24. That is why I can never get rid of my charming accent. Today, I am so excited and honored to introduce the highest ranking officials to ever come visit our Texas capital from Taiwan. On the dais from Taiwan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Minister Lin Jialong, Ambassador Alexandra Yu, Ms. Ingrid Larson, Managing Director of AIT in Washington, D.C., Ms. Wang Liangyu, Director General of the Department of North American Affairs, and Yvonne Shaw, Director General of TECO in Houston, and also many other delegation members in the gallery. Please stand and be recognized. Are you somewhere? Oh, right there. Please stand up. Please stand up. All right. All the way from Taiwan. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And as you all know that we got that beautiful Secretary of State, Ms. Jane Nelson, with us. Thank you, Secretary. She's always so supportive. Taiwan is an independent friend to Texas. In 2024, Taiwan was the 6th largest total trade partner of Texas, and this trade was worth more than $25 billion. I can go on, but I'm going to cut short and let you know in this current economic and geopolitical climate, the relationship between Texas and Taiwan is more important than ever. And we look forward to continuing to build this vital relationship. And I would like to thank my friend, Chairman Lujan, for authoring the HCR 127. You want to say a few words?
Chair recognizes Mr. Lujan.
Thank you, Chair Button. And I want to really, we're blessed here at the House to have Chair Button here and promoting Texas the way she does. That's really incredible. Let's give her a round of applause real quick. She also mentioned HCR 127, and that's going to be, we'll have a chance to vote on that later, and it's going to celebrate our 46th anniversary of the Taiwan Relations Act and the 37th anniversary of the Texas-Taiwan sister city-state relationship. And once again, let's just thank them for being here in our House. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Button.
And I want everybody to know that freshman representative Luther, in her district, Taiwan's Global Wafers company invests multi-billion dollars. So, my dear colleagues, please go to the dais and shake their hands, introduce yourself, and they might invest a bunch of money in your district as well. Thank you, thank you.
Awesome, good job.
Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4426. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 4426 by Darby relating to the term of a permit issued by the Railroad Commission of Texas for commercial surface disposal facility.
Mr. Harless.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Chairman Darby's bill. This bill just allows commercial service disposal facility permits to be issued for up to 10 years. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Oh, Mr. LaHood voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Mr. Quinney voting aye. Mr. Reynolds voting aye. 142 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 4426 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4396. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 4396 by King relating to the major event reimbursement program, including event funding eligibility, site selection organizations, and single event and single year classifications.
Mr. King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, 4396 expands the MERP program, providing the American Performance Horseman, American Rodeo. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. So, Mr. King voting aye. Mr. Cook voting aye. Have all members voted? Garcia Hernandez voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 103 ayes and 38 nays. House Bill 4396 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4263. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 4263 by Cook relating to the employment practices of the Texas Juvenile Justice Department and to the eligibility of a person to be appointed to the Texas Juvenile Justice Department's release review panel and to the authority of a panel member.
Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4263 supports our juvenile correction officers, and I ask for your support, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Guerin voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 144 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 4263 is finally passed. Chair lays on third reading House Bill 3487. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 3487 by Hunter relating to a reduction in the amount of sales and use tax collections that the owners of restaurants that participate in an oyster shell recycling program are required to remit to the Comptroller of Public Accounts.
Mr. Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is oyster recycling for Father's Day this time, everybody. Vote. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? 129 ayes and 10 nays. House Bill 3487 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3418. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 3418 by Morales of Maverick relating to prohibitions on certain employment for sex offenders.
Mr. Morales.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 3418 strengthens public safety by prohibiting those registered on the state sex offender registry from working for a rideshare company such as Uber or Lyft. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 145 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 3418 is finally passed. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2266. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2266 by Isaac relating to the processing of an application for an authorization to use a standard permit for a rock or concrete crushing facility.
Ms. Isaac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2266 encourages aggregate production operators who have demonstrated responsible land reclamation practices. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 140 ayes and 2 nays. House Bill 2266 finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2229. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2229 by Hernandez relating to the expunction of arrest records and files by a statutory county court.
Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill would allow statutory county courts to grant expunctions for cases within their jurisdiction. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 111 ayes and 31 nays. House Bill 2229 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2189. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2189 by Howard relating to methods to improve health profession-related career and technology education and dual credit programs offered by school districts.
Ms. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2189 includes recommendations from the Governor's Healthcare Workforce Task Force to align education programs, lab resources, and instructional materials. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 108 ayes, 39 nays. House Bill 2189 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 5224. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 5224 by Guillen relating to the critical designation of certain natural gas facilities.
Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this requires the Railroad Commission and the PUC to establish seasonal critical designations for natural gas facilities to strengthen grid reliability. Move final passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 139 ayes and 1 nay. House Bill 5224 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 5195. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 5195 by Capriglione relating to the modernization of state agency systems, including the improvement of online access to services and the reduction of paperwork requirements.
Mr. Capriglione.
Speaker, members, House Bill 5195 directs state agencies to assess their websites and online service portals to improve accessibility and identify ways to reduce or eliminate paperwork requirements. I believe
The
there's an
following amendment. Clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Curry.
Mr. Curry.
Mr. Speaker and members, big surprise. This amendment is acceptable to the author. It's a friendly amendment. It introduces a biennial sunset review of the provision's implementation, which evaluates its cost efficiency, effectiveness, agency compliance with statewide guidance, and overall metrics of completion to satisfy the modernization plan. It's no surprise that this amendment is acceptable to the author. Move adoption.
Mr. Curry sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Capriglione to close on his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill strengthens trust in government services, reduces bureaucratic friction, and enhances long-term efficiency. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Mr. Curry voting aye. Mr. Garcia Hernandez voting aye. Have all members voted? 146 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 5195 is finally passed.
Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3947. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3947 by Y. Davis of Dallas relating to transportation planning by metropolitan planning organizations.
Chair recognizes Ms. Davis of Dallas to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this 3947 just allows us, the metropolitan planners organizations, to consider disability, those with disabilities as they're planning their transportation. I move adoption.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3947. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 80 ayes and 65 nays, House Bill 3947 finally passes. The chair lays out House Bill 3358 on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3358 by Garcia Hernandez relating to the definition of an emergency service provider for purposes of critical incident, stress management, and crisis response services.
Chair recognizes Ms. Garcia Hernandez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill we passed yesterday, adding prosecutors, DAs, CAs, JPs, and their staff to the First Responder Peer Support Network. I want to thank my joint authors for their support, Representative LaHood, Vice Chair Johnson, and Speaker Pro Tem Moody. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3358. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Ashby voting aye. Show Ms. Garcia Hernandez voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 121 ayes and 24 nays, House Bill 3358 finally passes. The chair lays out House Bill 3370. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3370 by Ashby relating to late applications for the appraisal of land for ad valorem tax purposes as qualified timberland following the death of the owner of the land.
Chair recognizes Mr. Ashby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 3370 allows a surviving spouse or an heir to file a late application for timberland appraisal without being subject to the penalty for late application. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage, House Bill 3370. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Being 145 ayes and 0 nays, House Bill 3370 finally passes. The chair lays out House Bill 3745 on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3745 by manual relating to crime victims' compensation.
Chair recognizes Mr. Manuel to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. HB 3745 allows the Attorney General to issue emergency financial assistance to families of deceased crime victims more quickly.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3745. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 123 ayes and 22 nays, House Bill 3745 finally passes. The chair lays out House Bill 3697. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3697 by Cortez relating to the text on an application for a ballot to be voted by mail and other balloting materials.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cortez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3697 requires early voting applications to be printed in at least a 12-point font with black text on white background. This was brought to us by the silver-haired legislators. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3697. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 121 ayes, 22 nays, House Bill 3697 finally passes. The chair lays out House Bill 2001 on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2001 by Meyer relating to increasing the criminal penalties for insider trading and other misuse of official information.
Chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill creates a tiered penalty structure based on the financial gain from the misuse of official information by a public official. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2001. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Metcalf voting aye. Have all members voted? Being 145 ayes and 0 nays, House Bill 2001 finally passes. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1968. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1968 by Cook relating to a duty to contract for election services furnished for an election held on the first Saturday in May in an even numbered year.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cook to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1968 will keep our local elections consistent and affordable. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1968. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Being 128 ayes and 18 nays, House Bill 1968 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3371. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3371 by Metcalf relating to the recovery of certain state border security expenditures from the federal government.
Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3371 authorized the governor to formally request reimbursement from Congress of $11 billion spent by our state on our southern border. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3371. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Being 139 ayes and 4 nays, House Bill 3371 finally passes. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3909. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3909 by Hicklin relating to the use of a wireless communication device at a polling place.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hicklin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill allows you to use your cell phone within the 100-foot perimeter at the polling locations, but not within the room where voting is taking place. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3909. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Being 138 ayes and 8 nays, House Bill 3909 finally passes. The chair recognizes Mr. Phelan for an announcement. A very important announcement.
That's right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, with profound joy and reverence, I am pleased to share an announcement that resonates deeply with millions of Catholics in Texas, throughout our nation, and around the world. Earlier today, white smoke rose above the Sistine Chapel in Vatican City. Signaling the election of a new pope, the 267th successor to St. Peter the Apostle. The College of Cardinals, guided by prayer, tradition, and the Holy Spirit, has elected Cardinal Robert Prevost, the new Bishop of Rome and the spiritual leader of the Roman Catholic Church, the first American pope, known as Pope Leo XIV. This is a sacred moment in the life of the church, a time of renewal, unity, and hope. The Pope is not only a shepherd to over 1 billion Catholics worldwide, but also a global voice for peace, compassion, and the dignity of every human life. As a Catholic and as a public servant, I am reminded today of the enduring power of faith to shape hearts and guide service. Let us join together, regardless of our faith tradition, in wishing Pope Leo strength and wisdom as he undertakes this solemn responsibility. And let us pray for a renewed spirit of understanding and justice and grace in this world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amen.
The chair lays out Senate Bill 888 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill. It's on. It's not coming on.
SB number 888 by Kolkhorst relating to the Attorney General's defense of a district or county attorney against certain lawsuits in federal court.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 888
until 9:51 a.m. on Friday, tomorrow.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Mr. Merrill, for what reason?
Mr. Speaker, could you please have the remarks by Speaker Phelan reduced to writing and placed in the journal?
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. So ordered. The chair allows out Senate Bill 552 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 552 by Huffman, relating to changing the eligibility of certain persons to receive community supervision, including deferred adjudication community supervision.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 552 until 9:52 a.m. Friday.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.